Welcome. Thank you for coming to tonight's Garden Salon, a literary night reading, performance, actions, eulogies, and a seance. Curated by Anrew Shenker. The order for this evening has been changed a wee bit. I hope everyone has gotten a program, because you can curl it in your hands and chew it in your teeth, and it will be great fun. But it will not tell you the true order of events. First will be Andrew with a poem. Then, oh, hold on. Lily, Alicia, and then The Elephant's Revenge. Alphonso Lingis will be after our interlude. Thank you for coming, and welcome, Andrew.
So thank you all for coming out this evening, and thanks to all the participants for lending themselves to this occasion. Needless to say, these are deeply troubling times, and I don't know where I would be without the good fortune of belonging in some way to the astonishing life of community here in Baltimore, stemming from the arts. It's like good medicine to be amongst so many of you tonight, whose work and friendship is a continual source of inspiration. I had not intended to read anything, but in the process of piecing this night together, I rediscovered a poem I had written shortly after my father's passing, and 4 years after Richard Coulter, who some of you may know. He was the philosopher in residence at MICA for 25 years and made a lasting impact on this community. I've never read it publicly, and it seemed a fitting occasion to share it here with you. It's called "And Fall is Grounding," in conversation with Richard and Alan, my father. And fall is grounding, light and heavy, mixed proportions, ill-equipped to oppose the irrational numbers, and a certain property of association beginning to own up, without anything beforehand to see through the point of becoming invisible, stretching the truth as reciprocal patterns unfold to include what is not yet here, dwarfed by a far-off shadow, collecting the leaves and they're turning back once more. At the end, perhaps a mailbox leading towards an open door, unhinged from the outset, and travels around which people, Richard, await the unexpected guests taking place amidst the flesh and furniture, threadbare seams and pauses, a collapsing of time, haunted by the self-same weather, returning once more between circle and circles, a line, A equals A, reaching out across this distance. You are here and there. Fall is grounding. Will somebody play the piano?
Hi, everybody. Thank you, Andy, there you are, for organizing this. I think the really beautiful thing about an event of this scale is that if no one else came, there'd be an audience still, if it was just the participants. So I'm gonna read from this very long poem, just an excerpt of it that I wrote at the time that I was converting, that I was becoming Jewish. One part of my family was Jewish, my grandfather was, and he was dead before I was born. And he was the beginning of this thread in some ways. He was also the beginning of this, or he was at least a touch point of this thread of addiction in my family. And there were a lot of things that I think he would have liked to have made good on in his life and didn't. And sort of along the way, as I was converting, I came across this New Agey rabbi who has this meditation that he does with the Shema, which some of you will know is very, very central Jewish prayer. It's not the way that you would typically say the Shema. So I'm gonna chant it one time, and I will tell you that while I was chanting it, I started to have these visitations from my grandfather. And I was different people in relationship to him. Sometimes I was my grandmother, sometimes I was sort of present watching this scene. But one of the things when Andy described this event to me, one of the things that stuck out to me was the description of eulogy as what is lost and what remains. So I was thinking about that. So I'm gonna say the word and then I'm gonna chant it. I would encourage you to join in and chant if you like, so that you know what you're saying. I can tell you that a non-deified translation of this line just means, listen, one who wrestles with God. The manifest and the unmanifest are one. So that's if you take some of the dogma out of it. Okay, and please join in, because I'm not a singer and my voice will crack. It would crack even if I was doing this alone in my room. That's just what it does. But also because this addiction has risen again in my world in this week, in my family, and I would just like to feel people chanting, if that's okay. So the first word is Shema. Shema. Second word is Yisrael. Yisrael. Third word is Adonai. Adonai. Eloheinu. Eloheinu. Adonai. Adonai. Echad. Echad. I guess I'm just going to say it that once, actually. Before there were only stories. It's in the prayer that I find you for myself. In the first vision, your mother acts as intermediary, who survived you in order to meet me. How many sons' headstones did she live to lay stones upon? The last of our family to practice these words before me, the first to swim before my face. She forgave you all, one's womanizing, another's gambling, your drinking, because there was nothing to forgive. You were her boys. On the third day, my dad is a baby again, the happiness that fills your arms in a yellow blanket. You first-time father. Before anyone had invested their hopes in you, only to later dip a cup of sour milk. You insist that I must see this if I'm to keep on watching. Before anything else I'm about to see, you tell me, before it got bad, you were like everyone else. You had a baby and it felt like it feels. The next day, I see you lighting the Shabbos lights. I see the blue undertones in your pale skin, the taper of your waist compared to the enormity of your wingspan. You are guiding your sons through a world you never inhabited. You have one hand on each of their shoulders and are blessing them the way Moses blessed you. Not Moses the prophet, Mo your father. Today, you are your matchbook snapshot, sepia, your face tilted to the left as you look out contentedly just south of Smug. But today, you're not alone. My brother is with you, also from a photo, still a baby. You didn't live long enough to meet him, but here he is in your care. Both of you fled an eastern seaboard full of family and concern, preferring to nurture your addictions in peace in California. Both driving to Las Vegas to get married or gamble or finalize a divorce, to scrub your skin till it felt young again with sand, blasting like 1,000 disassembled stars through your open window. In LA, you answered your hotel door naked and drunk when my father showed up to check on you. In Mendocino, my brother ate a stick of butter before my visit, trying vainly to put on some of his weight before I saw him. In mind's eye, you're holding hands with him from across the divide of color photography in time. Neither of you changes. You remain in shades of brown, the trees dance green behind him. But I make you swear it, electric with holding you responsible for him. There is no more hope for you, so don't you let go of his hand. Today you come charming, wooing, as though you cannot see the difference between my face and the face of your wife, my grandmother. At 16, they were identical. At 32, they are beginning to show their differences. But here I am, young, swooning, not your granddaughter at all, but a girl being taken on the first of many dates. You have your arm crooked for me to slip my hand through, and you lead me to the plaque with your name on it, Stanley Herman, 1928 to 1974. You grin at me, waiting for my reaction. I cling tighter to your arm. We each pick a stone. Yours is something opalescent, something that turns the eye over, struggling to grapple with its projections. But mine is dense, hurtles toward your headstone from my fingertips, like water over a falls. The space between Adonai and Eloheinu is a tipping point. A woman did her dissertation on cuddling. She built a platform with a snow-white bed in a gallery at the top, with the invitation for strangers in their ones or threes to ascend and hold her, to talk or not. Often when I get to the part of the Shema where I consider the unmanifest qualities of God, I see the rain before it falls. And sometimes it's a human body curled on its side, waiting to fall to earth. Today, I want to pull you in with me, to lie on our sides on a platform above a white room and wait for our turn to bring whole villages relief when, Eloheinu, we all come down. Yesterday, I stood over the orange tabby who was a teenager with me, my tears ministering to him until the milky sedative took over, cut the thunder out from him. Today, I chant and cannot bear to bring him finally at rest back to life. I decide instead to open the door that I see, white in a field of teal. Before I go in, I warn myself that it's you. It's the Southern California hotel where you died, where even now you are dying. Soon you're in my arms, your head in my lap. You like to have your hair stroked too, like the cat. I'm sorry, you're saying, crying with me. I understand that I'm your mother and you're trying after all that has passed to die pure. I make a mental note to mark the time. I repeat the words of the prayer and you begin to relax, to unwind your shoulders from your ears, uncouple your sorrow from your life, cork the bottle you've been uncorking for so long. You are soft, you are my son. We listen together as the thunder recedes. Thanks, you guys.
We are a grassroots organization concerned with power and evil. We are actually a coalition of grassroots organizations, but we are in the desert where nothing grows. When I say we, it is just me here because the others are dead, or they had to go home to their families. I don't know which in every case. When I first heard what they do here in this desert, I knew I had to come and ask them to stop. And you might think they would not listen. But they did listen to me, and then they do it anyway. What they do is only possible because no one sees. It happens as in a dream, and the world beyond, the burning horizon, turns a blind eye. And every one person could see what they do. And they saw that person seeing, I thought. They could not go on doing it. I asked around, and people told me the direction from which the sickly clouds rolled across the dry land. I arrived at 6 a.m. because they drive early into the gated compound, and after 8 a.m. the sun is too strong. It will burn you in a way the ordinary sun does not burn. When I saw the sun rise over this land that no one loves, I saw the spilling of blood, the mysticism and fanaticism of empty space. I had little interest in history. The keys to a door that has been destroyed. They all hold pieces of the truth, and I love the enemy because there is no one else to love. Someone has to witness what happens here.
We know they were thinking about the big picture from the patterns they made in the sand. They built no permanent structures, living in improvised shelters made of cloth and sticks. At night, the vastness of the universe must have closed around them as they kindled small fires whose warmth fled instantly in the wind across the expanse. We can see the charred remains of peculiar objects, bundles of mesquite twigs, cigarette butts, the lids of aluminum cans. The scuffled, scraggly plateau, which this population inhabited year-round, sits on the unassuming threshold of their great cosmological center, the heavily guarded inner sanctum where the priestly class displayed its mysterious and powerful weapons. Their effects evident today only in mangled towers and melted stanchions, concrete skeletons of buildings. Within the gates are hundreds of subsidence craters, 300 feet deep, created by explosions that moved 50 million tons of earth. The people came to the desert to worship the great power of the bombs. They may not have understood that the sand itself is laced with radiation and will be for 10,000 years. They only knew the incredible force that closed the circuit between fear and love.
The peacemakers will transform. The war makers is what I said when I put on a suit and entered a meeting with the officers in charge of the white line that marked the perimeter of the zone, which I could not enter. And we talked over bitter coffee about what would happen when the line was crossed. It was all planned and choreographed, though choreography is not without passion, and even not without surprise. The handcuffs around my wrists were so loose that I had to hold them on to signify my derision for the law. Did they neglect the handcuffs because they saw the power of love? Or because their job was profoundly unserious, simply to pick me up and put me down outside the line? They brought me bitter coffee in the winter, and I could no longer imagine throwing blood in their faces or placing them before our tribunal of the demand, but they could still imagine the need to incinerate the globe, which is how they feed their families. Let them worry about themselves. Let me repent. Let us be gentle in the desert, where the penalty is death for only one side.
We can read this deceptively simple, barren surface like a book. Asymmetry of power is inscribed in the opulent destruction of houses, bunkers, thousands of sheep, pigs, and cattle. Within the compound, well outside, we find no remains of butchered prey or feasting. They needed more of everything, and hardly a scrap of information came from the interior. One of the mysteries of the nuclear age, declares their scriptures, is where the borrowed time we live in comes from.
In the desert, I'm witnessing not knowing what questions to ask, what direction to take. I'm listening for the dry husks. Of thoughts that scuttle over the sand. There was a heroic time when I was waiting for peace, and word reached me that peace had come. Someone yelled out their car window as they drove into the compound that peace had come. But they still did their work as before, and I did mine, which is not to know, and to arrange the rocks on the sand.
The arrangements of rocks on the sand express an ornate cosmology derived from the worship of the bomb, which could only be known to common people by its terrifying flash on the horizon that turned night into day. The least educated classes witnessed such a cataclysmic power and saw that reverence and sacrifice were needed. They sent their most honored representatives to the gates of the compound and made their offerings, which may have included human lives, an appalling notion to contemporary sensibilities, but nevertheless a reasonable gambit in the face of such overwhelming indeterminacy. As you see, the rocks are arranged in a spiral radiating outward from a central point. There is more to this simple and age-old pattern than appears to the untrained eye. For the outward spiral tells us that these people were imagining the detonation of the bomb from a bird's eye, or as it were, God's eye perspective, although they could only ever see its half dome from a distance over the horizon. We must revise our assessment of their intelligence in light of this higher order spatial reasoning.
The only direction that things can go is outward, from a central point, and this must be the story of God for whom I have listened, and the story of perfect peace which fills the unimaginable distance between things. Cold and still, fixed and remote, the sinister constellations, the hellish heat of the day. After 10 or 15 years, I found a fatal flaw in the story of infinite outward motion. For I saw that all of time is slowly gathering in the drainage tunnel. And under the highway where I sit and wait for the sun, to set, on the concrete wall of the tunnel, I record the date and the state of mind in which I aspire, peaceful, and everyone who I forgive, living and dead. I realize there is not time to forgive them all unless time comes to me here, unless it makes itself small and warm, tightly cold with data, the infinitely dense point. And I stopped making spirals out of the cold stones on the concrete wall. I wrote, "Blessed, but this is only the bait in a trap I have laid for time, so it will come and stop. What they do in the compound, though, is no longer remember what they are doing there. We are an artistic legacy as movers of sand, masters of great emptiness, bodies bombarded by invisible flame. I held my enemy foolishly close. I promised I would stop at nothing. And here I have stopped
Some say we must forget the savagery that marked this place of shame for humankind, the only intact site of such monstrous worship in the world. But our inheritance is fire, and peace is only a dream.
So this is the change in the program. Next up will be Elephant's Revenge when they are set, and then we'll take a break.
The elephants have had enough.
They popped out of their enclosures and went to a military base and trampled the tanks.
If you could grieve a tank, I still wouldn't do it. So instead, I'll grieve the elephants.
In the Jungle Book, the elephants are marching. They are militarized. This happens in writings and depictions too. Elephant society is so organized and strong. People like to personify them in the military, but they are mothers, doctors.
OMG, my OBGYN has the longest trunk.
Are elephants vengeful?
What sound does an elephant make?
Have you heard about the elephant that trampled the woman and then went to her funeral and trampled her again? Or something along those lines? People speculate. Did she do something to anger the elephant?
An elephant walks into a funeral.
I noticed there was no punch bowl, so I brought the punch.
I noticed an angry elephant was rampaging her party. That's why I can't trust her.
You know you've truly made it when an army of elephants are protecting your party.
You know you've truly made it when you've destroyed the military-industrial complex.
Sometimes in life we're chased by metaphorical elephants, but sometimes an elephant is just an elephant.
Please don't trample on my elephant-sized dreams.
It is my understanding that elephants are the only animals who hold grudges. They stop trains dead in their tracks in India because they are collectively holding a huge grudge. They sit vigil where an elephant was killed by a train before them. They will stare you down until you remember and feel bad, and their lost ones know you know.
This elephant has a grudge. You'll have to wait.
But we would be remiss if we did not directly discuss the elephant in the room about the elephants in the room. Those brains! Oh, what huge memory banks! It's why researchers believe elephants are able to live for so long. They can remember injuries and who hurt them. If elephants can't forget, who could blame elephants who can't forgive? Elephants' memory also made experimental rock possible for Lennon and Own It.
Two elephants who met in a circus 23 years earlier came upon each other in an elephant sanctuary and made a huge emotional display of joy, bellowing and checking out each other's scars.
I kinda want there to be some sort of ceremonial spraying of water from the elephant's trunk that ends with a nuzzle and a deep bow.
Art without viewers. Humans have fashioned seashells into pendants and chest plaques, strung them into necklaces, braided their hair with them, adorning themselves with their beauty. Seashells are the most ancient art objects. Seashells are scallops, plates, cones, spirals. Their surfaces are smooth, ribbed, ridged, bristled, spiked. They are white, spotted, splotched, etched with color, waves of colors, nacreous, gleaming with iridescence. There are upwards of 15,000 types of seashells. On each seashell, the markings are, like human fingerprints, unique. Of the 50,000 known species of mollusks, only octopus, squid, and cuttlefish have eyes with iris, a circular lens, vitreous cavity, pigment cells, and photoreceptor cells that translate light from light-sensitive retina to nerve signals which travel along the optic nerve to the brain, strangely similar to human eyes. Marine mollusks who make shells have only rudimentary eyes, able to discern light and shadow. They do not see the glamour of the shells they make or those others make. The oldest known paintings of humanity are those found in caves. Those of Sulawesi and Indonesia, dated at 35,000 years ago. Those of Europe, El Castillo, dated 40,000 years ago. And those of Australia, some dated at 40,000 years ago. In them, animals were sometimes painted in places that can be seen only by researchers who build scaffolds and crawl into tight crevices. In Byzantine basilicas and Gothic cathedrals, mosaics, frescoes, and statues were put in heights invisible to the worshippers, but made with the same talent and care as those visitors see. Tankas painted in Tibet, Nepal, Bhutan, and Mongolia were unrolled and displayed only during the time of meditation, some of them only once a year. Today, most of the artworks that are purchased by museums are very rarely or never seen. 92% of the artworks owned by the Louvre and 97% of those owned by the Guggenheim are in storage. Tycoons purchase celebrated work for millions, prices that no museum can compete with. Sometimes the tycoons make copies to hang on their walls, while the paintings themselves are in climate and humidity-controlled vaults. In 1960, Japanese tycoon Ryoto Saito purchased at auction the portrait of Dr. Gaucher by Van Gogh for $85.5 million, at the time the highest price ever paid for a painting. Saito later declared that he would put it in his coffin when he was cremated. Saito died in 1966. Art dealers put their hopes on rumors that the painting has been sold, but no one has seen it since. In 1978, in Philadelphia, in the United States, a passerby happened upon a pile of cardboard boxes and bags put out for trash collection in the street. He saw that they contained hundreds of bundles wrapped in with wire, containing all sorts of things dropped or discarded: bolts, magazine cutouts, electrical parts, batteries, coins. There were also some abstracted drawings. He took them home and kept them in his attic. In 1982, they were seen and then acquired by the owner of a gallery devoted to outsider art. There were more than 1,200 of these bundles, now called sculptures, most of them 4 to 6 inches long. The gallery owner and later journalists and amateur detectives made exhaustive inquiries, but found nobody who knew anything about these objects or their maker. Because the people in the neighborhood are mostly black, it is supposed that the maker was African American. Because many of the wires are heavy gauge and were apparently bent without tools, it is supposed that the maker was a man. And because all the inquiries did not locate the maker, it is supposed that he is dead. He has come to be called Philadelphia Wireman. The variety of The variety of shapes and designs is astonishing. Their force is immediate and earnest. Some of the tightly bound bundles express bondage and deep oppression. Some of them are cocoons containing small objects like precious treasures. Some of them are bound like a spider's dying prey. Some emanate warmth and vibrancy. These sculptures show us the powers that subsist in things we dismiss and discard. What compulsive force in this artistry? 1,200 sculptures. We study the sculptures and cannot discover what drives, cravings, conflicts were in their maker. Nowhere was he projecting his subjectivity into them. He did not make these sculptures to express, exteriorize his inner self, such that others could recognize him and he recognized himself. He did not show these sculptures to anyone. In the dark depths of the ocean, millions of seashells, whose sublime forms and exquisite colors are never seen by mollusks or by anyone.
I'm Caroline. I'm going to read some poems from a series to or about absence, which felt resonant with the theme of this evening that Andy has so beautifully put together. So in lieu of or as an introduction, I'm going to give the definition of the word pneumatic, P-N-E-U-M-A-T-I-C, which means moved or played by means of air in a mechanical context, containing or operated under pressure. In a spiritual context, of or relating to the Spirit or the Holy Ghost, coming from the Greek pneuma, which means a wind or breathed air. So I will jump into this series of poems as letters. P. Everything that cannot take root, holding on to the finger rock as it builds and breaks until there is enough water falling from the mountain to make a stream. For the desert in December, we stand in the center of another empty bed as it is seen from above, the pattern the same as its smallest part, a mirror winding and stretched, and giving the impression of search, roads like strings pulled across the dust, sun tracking the river and skipping between lakes. From the air, this ground is full of stars, moving towards circles mapped out in sand, flat sheen of reflection, the window like rock, peeling itself off in layers from a pool to sky. So below, as if drawn with graphite, you brush the field clean with your thumb. I don't mistake this hand for home. P. I give you leave for some economy of salvation. The I meaning a barely formed idea, when scarred on the surface or traced back to language relating to the number 2. Your response is always cresting or invented, and I continue to assume the hypostatic bond where our trinity lies in absence, a discretionary deviation from the letter to make room for the spirit. P. The noise in the image suggests travel, not alternative, but complement to centripetal home, playing at the strings of indoor light,
a reflective surface on the silhouette, oil and shadow. Take the gift as you, let me in, decisive hold. Stillness comes to mind in contrast to mobility. Take your hand away and leave the impulse. P. How should I translate the gap? Light in the blind eye, where nothing grows without its sorrow. You are no one repeatable thing, a pattern played as portrait, answer and release. The river widens and takes you into it a direction, and we cannot return, not even for evidence. A tongue of indirection, idiom of absence. This you do not ask anything of me. P. There seems a little time, happy fault, small waters fraction into your belligerent shorthand, and the mountains second. Photograph reversal and reiteration of space or removal of sanctuary, and within it, you, the broken object of a partisan structure. The dome's copy and arrangement on the axis, or rather the light let through again, the light let through the light, let the door fall open, though it betrays itself already, unlocked and made of glass. P. No promise, yet I wait to make a sound. To visit with the wound implies a body, is another word for need, in which we know ourselves 4 times. The mineral lie, the animal catch, thirst, or a question of depth we did not choose but is what we have, at the bottom of the well when we can fall no further. Your eye is a narrow exit towards my own guess at what it needs. Light, you were saying, is another word for shadow. To be acquainted more with one piece than the whole. As if the flood is too slow but has the same result. I approach the window to see the body of the voice I hear, but it is snowing and there is only light. P. Believe there is no symmetry here, that we cannot move freely through a debt to make the frame out of repetition. Everywhere in this devotion is distance, to thank decay for the stone you build with, and for what we can transgress because we know it to be the thing that returns or remains. An attempt to move backwards from our voice and broker this trajectory. Walk barefoot towards the empty room, wearing the door across our shoulders. As words should fail us, they do. P. Detour and return. Somehow a voice, the first thing lost, comes back most quickly. Light and a trick, all color at once, as if we see not the bird, but the shape its disappearance makes. Thank you.
I like the idea that that's part of the performance, you know, the slow movement of the mic stand. Hi, I'm Edgar. I'm really happy to be here. I'm going to read 3 poems. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. Okay, great. This first poem is called Day Moon, as in a moon that you can see in the daytime. And the poem is kind of all one sentence. There's no punctuation, and so I'm going to read it accordingly. Day Moon. After I left, I waited for someone, a friend or her herself, to walk quickly up to me on the bus or in the artisanal coffee shop and slap my face, spit on my hands, call me a bastard, a real motherfucker. By waited, I mean I wanted to be revealed by some visible sign, a welt to ride the ledge of my cheek through the glass-littered streets. It didn't come, and I grew desperate. I stared too long at strangers at Safeway. I bought boxes of clementines and ate them like a possum on the train, cramming the rinds in the gap between the seat and the wall. I drank dark beer. I made no calls. I sat on a hot metal bench by a briny lake and tried to imagine the lives of the joggers passing in front of me, their joys, their sicknesses, and regrets. I was useless. It was melodramatic. I thought of my friend who wrote a novel over a long winter in Nova Scotia, read it once and buried it in the copse of birches behind the house. He chose the spot, he said, for its plainness, so he couldn't remember later and dig it up. And in this way, one medicated season slid into the next without incident. Gardenia bloom, persistent sun. I fell in love with the perfect voice of a Midwest radio DJ from a station I streamed on my phone, called in one request after another. I fell in love with a video of Stevie Nicks singing backstage to her makeup artist. Sheer cotton dress, their harmonies breezy and immaculate. I woke around noon to the thup-thup of helicopters and another half-sober voicemail from my dad fishing for a loan. Went out in my underwear and found a fine black powder settling on the windowsills, dusting the parked cars, a day moon suspended in orange haze. It turned out a man who would go months without getting caught was methodically burning the half-built condo complexes one by one. 1 in 10,000 residents is a billionaire, the same article told me. Though I could be forgiven for thinking the headlands were on fire again. The intervals between disasters collapsing, I caught my neighbor's eye. She was stretching on her stoop in a fantastic powder blue tracksuit. What a world, I said, and she didn't seem to hear, and jogged across the narrow street, the moon rising or sinking, or neither. It was hard to know. Thanks. It takes a lot of breath to read that. I appreciate you. This next poem is about a website that I found recently called willrobotstakemyjob.com. It's a real website. You can look it up and maybe you'll learn something about your job, maybe something you wish you didn't know. Yeah. Willrobotstakemyjob.com. The About page tells me 47% of humans are susceptible. Forklift operators, retail clerks, and telemarketers, umpires/referees. I am not any of those things, but I am not comforted. For each occupation, the site assigns an automation risk score. Retail clerk, 96. Umpire/referee, 94. Each score has been assigned a cutesy translation. Anything above 90, you are doomed. The data scientists who run this site developed, they say, a machine learning algorithm to calculate the odds. The robots, then, are making it clear exactly which jobs they will take. They assess each job. They assess each job according to the qualities required. Finger dexterity, social perceptiveness, originality, persuasion. I am surprised to find that the qualities I think of as distinctly human pose little challenge. The robots are confident in their ability to perceive, to persuade. I click away and click back, distracted. I check my phone. The site assumes a time scale of 20 years. The AC rumbles on as scheduled. Something in the house dings. And the last poem is about, it's called Golden Gate, and it's about trying to scam a good apartment. My sweetheart and I moved here from Oakland, and the rental market there is insane. So This is about trying to take advantage of a bad situation and get a better apartment for us. Golden Gate, it's my last poem, thank you. Golden Gate. I could hear every bit of laughter pass between the dishwashers at the cafe I shared a wall with. And one morning, touching that wall, felt it give wetly under my hand. I called my landlord knowing the apartment above me was vacant, a space I gambled larger than the one I had, where every piece of furniture touched. He surprised me by saying yes, I could stay there while repairs were made. I did the math. You were giving up your perfectly good spot in Denver. I had a month to convince him to come down on the rent. I moved my bed up but left the rest, which workers covered with a tarp. When repairs were finished, I went on squatting in those bright upstairs rooms. The windows are unreal, I told you, for weeks, pestering the landlord every few days, going to his house, walking with him in his garden, trying to explain. He relented at last, grumpily, and I moved the rest of my stuff before he could change his mind. When you came with everything you owned, we puzzled it into place, every piece touching every other, and suddenly we lived together. And that first morning, you noticed a red access ladder I had missed outside the kitchen window, and we climbed, one going first, the other handing our coffees up and clambering after. And that high, we could see the bell tower at Berkeley, eucalyptuses in the hills, and traffic careening down Alcatraz, hint of salt on the wind. And though we would leave this place too, and soon, when the rent, despite our pleading, ratcheted beyond us, if you craned your neck a little, perched delicately in the distance, no fucking way, you said, was the Golden Gate, stitching the city to the headlands looming across the bay, and we were moved to silence by it, gripped by a pure, clear idea beyond experience, and stood a long time, touching shoulders, touching knees. Thanks.
Hi. I haven't done this in a really long time. Right? Which, I don't know if any of my other fellow readers can say that, but it feels good. Andy, thank you for bringing me into the fold of one of your genius visions yet again. In 2004, my mother and I bent spoons in a circle with 15 other women on the floor of Reverend Anne's tiny pink Victorian in the spiritualist village of Lilydale, New York. Tonight you are capable, Reverend Anne said, patting down her red hair. She opened the night by telling the circle about her past jobs, locating oil in Texas, helping the FBI find missing women and children. The Pentagon once asked her to bring down a plane with her mind. It was Vietnam and she was 25. She didn't take on the assignment because she said she would never use spirit in that way. She said, I share these stories not to brag, but rather to indicate what a human is capable of. You have that kind of energy. She said, I share these stories with you tonight because you are special, and the circle hummed. The Nationalist Spiritualist Association of America's official website defines spiritualism as the science, philosophy, and religion of continuous life, based upon the demonstrated fact of communications by means of mediumship with those who live in the spirit world. According to the FAQ, there are 3 distinct types of spirits. Those who are so bound to earth conditions that they will try to come in contact and communicate with it through any avenue they find available. Those who are naturally attracted to us by the ties and relationships and the laws of love. And those advanced, developed spirits who returned from the higher spheres for the purpose of guiding and leading us to higher knowledge and further light. Spiritualism belongs to my mother, not me, but my father's death at the onset of the pandemic left me borrowing from her to answer my 3-year-old's questions. Where did he go? I blurred out, he's in the sky. He's all around us, he's energy.
The child nods. I let him sit there with distant eyes because I can't push him out of the muck. I'm not built for the job. Where in the sky, he finally asks. The whole sky, I say. It's easy to mother poorly. I know this now. Every hour presents a new way to mother wrong. At lunch with a friend, we discussed the topic because we are preoccupied with it. We have recently decided in our middle years that our mothers are responsible for all of our built-up traumas. My friend says he agrees it's easy to mother poorly and father poorly too, but adds it's also easy to parent good. I don't know that I agree, because just 4 days before this conversation, I stood in my laundry room and I screamed at my child, a scream drug up from some dark pocket I didn't know was there. A feral animal, primal scream. My mother didn't always give me much, but she gave me ghost stories, collected from her home in the Ohio Valley. She's from a world well bolstered by the legends of beasts and spirits, cryptoids who roamed the foothills of the Appalachians, orange, hairy-eyed, frog-faced. Her favorite stories of Jonathan Kunz, a 19th century fiddle-playing farmer who built a seance cabin on his land atop Mount Nebo. Per the specs that the spirits advised him to follow, 12 by 14, 3 windows, 1 door, and 7-foot ceiling. Once the cabin was completed, the spirits left a note on a table with a list of all the instruments Jonathan Kunz would need to fill the cabin for the seances to be successful. They came from states away to hear the orchestra, and the nights beginning with Kunz blowing out the candles and picking up his fiddle, inviting the spirits to commence. Tambourines would bump arms, triangles brushed over heads. There are varying accounts of why Kunz's family left Ohio and why the cabin no longer sits on Mount Nebo, but most signs point to the cabin being burnt down by the neighbors who thought the family was just doing the devil's work. Shortly after his death, my mother claims the praying mantis as a sort of symbol logic that my father's spirit orbits us closely. Even I admit there's something to it. The day before my father died, it was a praying mantis that crawled across the window screen above his head. And again, the day after his death, I too came home to a praying mantis at my door, a week after his passing. And then the week of his birthday, a nest of them burst open. Hundreds of tiny brown nymphs marching along the slight branch of a laurel bush in my yard. The internet likes to call the praying mantis inherently spiritual. They represent introspection and intuitive abilities. The blog Crystal Clear Intuition says the insect is often a sign that the energies from other dimensions are sending you a message to trust your own inner guidance and to be patient and wait for the flow of the universe to sort everything out. I studied the life cycle of the praying mantis and learned that the brown fibrous sac of up to 400 eggs had been on that laurel bush in my yard all through that cruel winter of 2020, just as my father's cancer was quietly relodging under his rib cage. The mother attached the sac there sometime in the previous fall, back before anyone knew what was coming. And the nymphs that broke from the sac 3 days after what would have been his 68th birthday, they would immediately take to eating each other. Those not eaten would shed their bodies a half dozen times in the following weeks, and through those weeks, many would get snatched up by birds or bats along the way, and the few that would grow to adulthood would ride out that summer on a diet of mice, lizards, and frogs. When the weather began to turn, they found each other and they fucked. Then the female consumed the male, starting with the head, and she too died once she released her eggs. Maybe more interesting than the praying mantis as a symbol of our beloved dead's energy is the praying mantis being a praying mantis, that small miracle of time where they are there to be seen at all. Either way you want to take it, it's not a bad distraction from the terrible. A 2009 Pew Research study found that 65% of Americans believe in some aspect of the supernatural, and 29% reported feeling they'd been in touch with the dead. 18% have said they see a ghost. Up to 60% of widows have experienced post-bereavement hallucinations, according to the DSM-5. My mother texts my sister and I that she is getting the three of us urn necklaces, offering the choice of a heart or a teardrop in gold, rose gold, or silver. But I do not want to wear a mix of my father's bones around my neck. There's too much weight in that. I want no weight beyond the wad of a baby praying mantis, the quiet and tiny violence of them, consuming each other on the laurel bush. I don't know that he moves around me. But I move in the gauzy light of remembered scenes, and that for me is is my spirit room. They live in ghostly spirit rooms. They repeat spirit conversations from lifetimes ago. These spirit rooms stack up, a funhouse constructed of all that got lodged for one reason or another. In one spirit room, we are having our last family trip, Tulum, Mexico. My father drunk and saying too much. I was born because the pill didn't work. Or he thinks she skipped it and hoped she'd get pregnant. This, he says, has always been the mystery. A medium once told my mother that in a past life she was a nun. And my mother explains to me that not only does this make sense, it also brought some sense of relief to have it actually validated. You could argue that this psychic read my mother's body language, her timid demeanor, and concluded that she was made of nun-like qualities. My mother begins to feel my father's presence in the house. It begins with the smell of roses trailing up from the basement. If you Google smelling roses that are not there, one of the first things you find is that it means angels are trying to communicate with you. And another thing you find is that it's a symptom of Alzheimer's. The rose smell incident is followed some days later by a nail file going astray, eventually returning to the same spot on the bathroom shelf later that day. Then my father's electric toothbrush, untouched and unplugged for 2 years, turning on and off, on and off. Then my child visits my mother and they play a game called Ghosts. They are both excited to let me know when I arrive that afternoon that while they are playing, the television has turned itself on. I'm comforted with these stories, mostly because I know she finds comfort in them. But also, it's something else. I want her to have these stories for me. Has it happened again? I ask all the time. And sometimes it has, and sometimes it hasn't. Thank you.
Hello, hello, and hello again. We're ready for the next group of readers. We're starting with Eze Jackson, moving to Joseph Grantham and Megan Boyle. I hope I'm saying that right. And then Megan McShea. On with it.
Good evening, friends. My name is Eze Jackson. I'm going to be reading some excerpts from a book of short writings and poems that I've been working on called Black Boys Don't Cry in Front of Girls. I've never read any of these publicly, and I probably only shared some of this stuff with like 2 people. My comfort zone is rap, hip hop, music. So I'm very happy to be here in an attempt to step out of my comfort zone and read some things from Black Boys Don't Cry in Front of Girls. Bars. Bars are where insanity convenes legally. A room full of souls escaping their bodies, escaping our realities, pull up, drink. I love bars. I hate my favorite bars sometimes. I wrote bars for the lunchroom, stanzas of swag. I wrote through trauma when the tough times passed. I hated the bars I wrote about them. My bars were never the greatest, but my love for the process is. I'm a beast. On TV and in the movies, all the cells had bars. So I was surprised when I first arrived to find a heavy metal door. Worse than bars. The doors keep air from circulating, locking me in here with my thoughts, regrets, and my cellmate's funk. He tells lies about who he was in freedom. I can tell. I say nothing. Eventually, I leave, and it doesn't matter to anyone. Maybe we talk about it in a bar. Maybe not. I want to write. I want to write letters to my daughters, seal them with instructions. Open on your 21st birthday, open when you have your first child, open when I die. I want to write. I want to write letters to my ancestors, seal them with instructions. Please respond immediately. Please respond truthfully. Please do not open if you do not intend to respond. Return to sender. I want to write. I want to write songs for the hearts of men and women behind bars, heal them with mantras of hope and forgiveness, affirmations of redemption, and hookup recipes that nourish your mind, body, and soul. I want to write with no goals. I want to write letters to my white friends' parents, who were never equipped to see truth beyond their thirst for success, who never knew some black kids from the wrong side of town would reverse their teachings. Code entered, system disarmed, and now you have your dinner table argument. I wrote, she wrote, we shared, kept writing. I wanted to write, so I did, so I do. But my words are still never enough. What about you? Our fathers failed us. Mr. Tony was always there. Mr. China fell to crack. He could still fix anything from a flat to the engine on a Cadillac. Mr. Dan never spoke much. Mr. Fred spoke too much, did less than Dan spoke. Uncle Jack drank all the time. We never knew his trauma, so we never knew why. Uncle Bo was an ankle for his family. Uncle Booker T the same for his. No one taught them, not before Vietnam or after. Truths were hidden in chapters of books none had time to read. Baby guy eat. Calls taken from the streets that needed immediate response. Mr. Ty drove a Jetta. Mr. Bull dressed better. Mr. Butch would come home from prison and get right back in the rhythm. His kids ate better than us, even when he was gone sometimes. Mr. Wayne was a good friend to their mama. He was gone when Butch was home, Mama would say in a certain way. Mr. Will owned the barbershop. Mr. Yusuf taught the lessons, knowledge of self, God body. Mr. Dave got clean and became a pastor. Mr. Evans had gyms but talked faster. Mr. Pete killed Mr. Rodney. Mr. Eric was hilarious. He should have been on Def Comedy Jam, Mama would say in a certain way. No one bothered to teach them. Cycles do not need repeating, so they did what they knew best. And still in their failures, we're blessed. We, ready or not, got next. This is the last one I'm going to read. It's called When the Newly Dead Body Lays on the Ground. There are a few times when an unexpected silence happens that are more eerie than after bullets have been passing. As blood leaves the body, gun smoke whispers silently. The neighborhood stops together. Hearts skip beats off measure. Deep breaths are taken. Questions do arise. Who was that? Why, y'all? Pray. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. What should our final try be?
We could try. Do you know free association, that thing?
Yeah, what is that? Well, I guess I know what that phrase means,
Yeah.
but
You just say the first thing that comes to mind, and then the next person says the next thing that comes to mind. But you don't have to say like a noun, an adjective. You could say a phrase or something. Like, I've got the hooch.
yeah.
Do you? Oh, what?
What?
What are you thinking?
I was just thinking I'm bad at. I've been bad tonight.
I've been thinking I've been bad at this tonight, Joey. We just gotta pick something and lean into it.
Yeah.
It's just lean into it.
So what do you want to do?
Maybe the free association one would open up some like
Portals?
portals. We don't have to do it for like 15 minutes, but 5 minutes?
Okay, sure.
I liked when your idea of just yelling what we feel. That seems good. Like, you can just build something that way.
And it's like, I don't know, it's like, feels like it could be good for this venue.
Yeah.
But we can make it our own.
Yeah. Or, I mean, we could just even like try it out
Yeah.
to see.
Maybe we should have like coffee and mugs when we do it.
Sure.
Like we're on a talk show.
Sure, I like that.
Yeah.
But the coffee, I always think on talk shows that their coffee mugs are full of water.
I know. It seems more likely, right?
Yeah, I feel like they're keeping it from me.
Also, I've never been a person who says right after a phrase a lot.
Yeah.
But I just did it maybe for the first time ever, just then.
Dang. Doesn't it feel kind of good?
Do you do it?
I don't do it much, but if I'm in a certain mood, I might say right.
Because, like, I've been listening to some, like, book talks or interviews with authors, and a lot of the times they say, like, and you know, as people, we move through our day in this particular way, right?
Yeah.
And they stick that little right in there.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, they're confident about what they're saying.
I think you know is like the feminine version, or like the...
Yeah, well, I think everybody does a you know.
I like a you know?
I think I do that a lot, yeah. What are some things you notice about your speech patterns? Or do you notice any things?
The thing I notice most is that I just say like, whoa.
Yeah.
I say, whoa.
Do you feel whoa when you say whoa? Or is it like an
It's a case by case.
Yeah.
It gets really cloudy because sometimes I won't know what to say and I'll be like, whoa. But then that in itself for me is a feeling like, whoa, what am I going to just say next?
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you notice about your speech?
What do I do? I guess I do ums, and then I do long pauses where all my thoughts just melt down into a puddle of nothing, and then I have to like shake myself back into what I was saying.
Oh man.
Something like that, yeah.
Well, that's something that's not that noticeable. Like, I don't think you make long pauses.
Oh, okay. Good.
Yeah. You have a graceful recovery back into topics that you were...
Thank you.
Yeah.
I was testing you. And I was hoping you would say that.
Oh.
Just kidding.
I'm glad I passed the test.
Yeah. Oh, I say yeah a lot.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, me too. Me too.
Yeah, yeah. And I usually play with like a tape measure.
I like to play with stuff.
Yeah. Do you think about when you're having a conversation with someone, do you ever think like, oh, I've been like making too much eye contact when I've been saying something. Now it's time for like where you can like look away.
Mine is the opposite, I think. I think I haven't been looking enough.
Uh-huh.
I need to like get someone in the eye pretty soon.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. You think I've been looking too much.
I think like I'm supposed to make eye contact, but then I'm like I can't do it for too long, so I gotta like look away. It's a funny thing.
Yeah.
And then it's funny when you are like, and by you I mean me, when I'm like being pretty good about making eye contact, and then the other person starts telling a story, and they're looking at me, and then while they're telling it, they look away, and it's like, whoa, why'd you look away? You didn't have to.
I think that too.
But I'm the only one noticing it, I think, a lot of the times.
I for sure notice stuff like that.
Yeah.
I notice when people don't look when they talk.
But that's a thing I think about a lot. And I think about it with job interviews and when I'm just talking to my boss at work or just like, well, I don't know. It's hard to tell when to look and when to not. And yeah.
Yeah. I think you can trust your feel of it.
Thank you.
You have a good eye contact ratio.
That's good to hear.
Yeah.
But yeah. Yeah.
I felt really awkward at this, like, I told you about it. It was the first one of the, like, work social events that we had.
Mm-hmm.
And people just did this thing where they, like, say things.
Like, what did they say?
They just say, like, I'm really into this paranormal thriller thing.
They just, like, bring it out into the open?
Yeah, they just say it. And then somebody else will be, like, just say something.
Is it related to the paranormal thing, or they will just move it to a new thing?
It's like kind of obliquely related to it, but it'll be like this whole really like built up story that they have of their thing.
Yeah. Do you ever feel like you do that?
I feel like it's really hard for me to do that, to just like say.
To be like, yeah. Do I do that?
No. Well, friends do that.
Yeah. I guess that's true.
But it's just weird because, well, maybe because they all know each other. I suppose it could just be that.
Yeah. It is. Yeah, do they know each other well, though?
Not really.
Yeah. I guess that's what, like, TV and movies and books and music just makes it so people can, like, have something to talk about with each other. When they're forced to be around each other.
Yeah.
Like, it feels very comforting to be like, I like this show, you know?
Yeah.
And if you find out someone else likes it, then you got things you can discuss for a period of time.
Sure.
Yeah.
That seems like really normal and fine.
No, these people should be put to death.
Maybe we should just have a normal conversation in front of everybody.
Yeah.
I like this normal conversation. Like, this is a nice one.
Yeah, that could be kind of fun.
Yeah.
Would we introduce what we're doing? Would it be like, we are now going to have a conversation?
I think it's better without.
Yeah.
Or maybe we'd have to see what it actually looks like and like read through it and then see if it makes sense to introduce it.
Oh, like if we did a transcript, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, so you're saying we should try to type up some of this?
Yeah.
And then like, kind of like, read it?
Yeah.
I mean, that could be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was picturing, that'd be cool.
Yeah. We could delete all this stuff like right now.
We could.
And we'll have our transcript, so we'll just read it and go along with it.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It'll definitely be different too, and it'll be good to try something else.
Yeah, we could also leave.
Yeah, I think it's cool. Yeah, I think it's really cool.
I think so too.
Yeah, we can do whatever the hell we want.
That's right.
Yeah, it's like, it's an experiment.
Yeah.
No, but it's like cool to try it.
Yeah, I think I don't want to throw away the idea of like the talking about it as it's.
Oh, do you want to keep it in there?
I think it's. I like.
I think that could be cool too.
I think that's cool.
Yeah, and that makes. Then it's almost like the audience gets to like time travel back to literally right now.
Right now.
Yeah, August 19th or whatever.
Yeah, the 19th.
Yeah. We are at the. This is the 19th of August right now.
Yeah.
But it's also the 26th.
Whoa, so we're time traveling too.
Yeah, because we are saying this right now in front of a group of people.
Whoa.
Do you see what I mean? No, but.
Whoa.
Hey, but do you see what I mean? That's kind of crazy to think about.
That is crazy to think about.
Like, there's probably at least a handful of people, like, right there.
Yeah.
That's kind of weird.
That's really weird.
They're in my apartment right now.
And we're gonna be saying this to them.
Yeah.
Who are here right now in effect.
We're in my apartment, and I can like go to sleep soon, but there's also a bunch of people in my apartment.
Whoa.
Because they're listening to us right now, but a week later.
Yeah, which is also right now.
Mm-hmm.
But well, there's two nows. Yeah, we're just gonna just have our conversation that we're having now, and then have it again.
Yeah, but have it again and try to like create the same.
Will we rehearse it?
Well, we're not gonna rehearse it, are we?
No, we don't have to.
We're just gonna write it up.
I'll probably practice my part just because I always practice anything I read.
We could bring that rug there.
That rug.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be okay. And that teeny tiny little chair.
Yeah.
Cool, man.
Well, now we just have to do the work of typing it up.
Yeah.
With all the ums and yeahs and woes.
Yeah, and like interrupts, colon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We could practice it once before, too.
I think we should practice it.
Just to see what it's like, so that we can seamlessly do it and not have it just get all fucked up trying to read it.
Yeah, it's Friday, right?
Yeah, it's a week from today.
Okay, cool. Well, maybe over the weekend, like Monday, I'll be 8 to 4, so I'll have... And then I'm doing 9 to 5 Tuesday, so maybe Monday Eve, you work Monday too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we could do a little practice run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Should I stop recording it?
Sure, yeah.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
Hi, everybody. That was amazing. I feel like very, very seen and intensely self-conscious at the same time. Thank you so much, Andrew, for organizing this great event. I've really missed being read to, and this has just been beautiful. Everyone, thanks to all the performers. And thanks to our host for creating this incredible space for Baltimore. As someone who's had like a lot of peak experiences over at H&H building as it shuts down, I feel like this tent is like catching the exhaust or something, the exhalation. Anyway, it's very special. And we are here, and it is the 26th. I'm gonna read a few poems from this book. It's a few years old. I wrote it during a time when a lot of people were dying, and I was losing a lot of people. And thankfully, I had writing as a thing to go to. During that time, it was a real sanctuary. And when sort of the dust settled, I took that stack, and I made this book out of it. So this first one's called No witness. I made a song for days too stiff to stir, to sand down the arguments, to sit with between moments of stupefied air. I have sung that song for a long time, trained it to sit and heal. It spews its calamity across its span. It eats all the steam and drinks all the time. The day before, among thieves with their sneaky wisdoms, went along with it and ended up slinging garbage called ideas at you, and you divide and divide again and again. There are 16 of you now. Large loads seem to offset mistakes, so we make them bigger and bigger. The insects are having a heyday, a noise like bells, like a bell choir. Lots of practicing. I'm practicing on my own for us for when it's over. An indecipherable monologue in the alley at dawn. The sound fingers your morning as if familiar. You tune in like pinwheels to wind as the day gets bottom heavy with its steady accumulations. These thin words accept you, hold you close, might even write your back against the day, but the fortune you've been given is too big to assess from a single position. It hulks there, unwritten, ill, sometimes imaginary, but within your tidy, no witness. Thank you. This is called What Remains. When a trapped animal comes up quiet in you, exercise thrift with what remains. If you want, you can tinker with your turbines that sputter and sometimes hum and sometimes sleep. Make it like a mistake and love it anyway, an irregularity held close. Go into where you can see the crooked seams are a forest of fibers. Begin there. Something strange and amazed stretches out over there on the more comfortable chair in the other air of that corner. In its more perfectly dimmed light, we break down and are broken down, even with all the acts of mercy. The way they sit quietly as you realize, however long it takes to dawn, how that's your chair, that's you there in that light. In a storm, we're on our own, tuned to the difference between hunger and speaking of hunger, the difference between death and speaking of death. It is a world away, at least one whole world. Methods ease you into your purpose. Walking and talking methods, forgetting methods, walking away methods, keeping silent methods. Minds have a way of rising to occasions and holy hours, to getting and keeping traction in wild time. Light can't beg, and so does not beg, but hits us flat, each surface implicated in its pouring, how it gets around all the things in our ways. Steady air and the rain outside, a thin envelope standing between your solitude in the house and your solitude in the world. A wish at some distance, hobbled by its clueless wisdom, while the remarkable state of days remains dumb in the wake of its endless insults and euphonies. You won't know what to hold or how to hold it. The temptation to plead for meaning as if someone can give it to you. It's a wash. No one will know. You'll stumble around the house like it's some womb for a while. Eventually, you'll have to come out and stumble around the world. You stitch a target to your back and step out the door, through the envelope, in your skin. You're throwing good time after bad, but the difference eludes you. This is called This Inarticulate Moment. Reason fell off the fence like a dork squirrel, fussing over bits in the yard you're not tracking. You're as itchy as you are morbid. Breeze by, crone-like, and head inside. Skin wears us so well, doesn't it, squirrel? Sometimes the juice just evaporates or gets wrenched right out, like when a room gets time in it. That's when the puddles will come with joys, said everybody all the time. So you baked for that day and grew stale waiting. But these lines have an infinite patience. Grab the what you snatched from the ether, sort it for possible, rewind and listen again. Hold the sound in words you don't understand yet. Make a code to reach across your duration, then let it sit in folders of nothing whispering to itself. Thank you. I have one more. It's called Shame System. Mid-shame, I tried to gauge changes. Traffic level, sense of duration, wonder at the functioning of eyes. I began to walk. I found it down the road, sorry-shaped, and I made a sad noise. Shame is best hauled in bodies, I thought, not tracks or trains or ships. A good shame carrier can hide her shame well enough to get past any security. Back in the day, they had maps for this. You didn't have to read the landscape too much. You could get your bearings. You could hide a lot in clean socks. You could sink just about anything in the river with the right stones. Thank you.
Thank you for all the words and thoughts. I agree. It is so lovely to have people read to you with their own voice, their own unique sounds. So thank you, Current, of course, and Andrew, and all the writers. I am not really a person of words. I very rarely write. I make things, and I made a little fountain here for this event. When I went to Al's house, Andy took us there. I saw that he had a pile of rock that he was getting rid of. And I wanted to choose a material that was connected to the experience of actually going to a great visionary environment. And also, I felt like the heart of the event in many ways was connected with Andy's knowing Al and his relationship. So, because we're in Baltimore, and because I am fascinated with oracles and communing with things without words, without speech, and maybe through touch, I decided to make a Ouija board of sorts. So, manufactured here, right around the corner. It's based on a pendulum oracle, which has fascinated me. I've done a few things with the pendulum oracle, which is just really a pendulum. Women used to hang it over their bellies when they were pregnant to find out the gender. People hung it over their food to see which was the best food to eat. So this is a bit of a eulogy for water. It's a water pendulum, and it's sort of a little bit like a writing device, something that I don't do, but it is writing through touch. So the Ouija board, you ask it questions. So I made a planchette, which is the form that you hold and hover over the letters. You ask your questions. And I made it out of ice. I made it out of ice because we are losing ice at a rapid rate. we're not really losing it. It's metamorphosizing into water, right? We are water. We're over half water. We're probably like 60%, if not more, water. So we are part of this great transition, I would say. So for this piece, I'm going to hang a piece of ice, and then I invite you all to come and touch it, and to feel it, and to negotiate the piece of ice. It has a little ink in it, and it will drip into the board, or the font, or the fountain. And the piece itself will be the drips from the sweat from your body, the water of the planchette, and it will complete the sculpture. So, volunteers, I'll be right down. We are now going to take a short break while the musical part of the evening begins. And then music.
Do a few very old songs that relate to the theme this evening. Thank you for listening. said the trees is where you go after here. But suddenly, what you read on me is soaking in our blood. Words are evolving, words have evolved, words are evolving, words have evolved. But suddenly, what you read on me is soaking in our blood. Words are evolving, words have evolved, words are evolving, words have evolved. Said you don't have to follow me, you don't have to run, and I don't have to follow it, I don't have to run. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to do one last song. I think we've only performed it once with a big band. We kind of smushed it to the two of us. It's adapted from a poem that was written by my great aunt, who I didn't know, but discovered through her poetry. Found this one poem that she wrote called Awakening, and decided to adapt it into this song. And she spent most of her life in a mental institution, and when she died, left her book of poems to our family. And that's when I found this one. From his throbbing throat, oh, to the sweetness of a startled earth. No sadness, no mirth. Thank you.
Dear mother of my future children, sweet softener of my mind. It is always so pleasant to catch up, though you often seem to fall behind. We were both always so happy here, at least you made me happy here. So let me try to get you happy here, though I could not be sure you were. Could deny the horror of the carrying of the crone from the fire, nor the screaming filthy children who attended her at the bar. But savage though that all sounds, it was an act judged not criminal. So as a matter of some minor import to the one who seeks to call, and have you hear my profession of love as the drizzles the pebbles. Let my gentle and pure attentions distract your thinking from those people who must always dwell on the burning of bog-hardened timbers, of smoke pouring from the mountains, and of cattle yet untethered. I feel their judgment and they sense the line at which man becomes beast. But we shall taste the evening in blissful calm for now at least. Spoke with a wealthy aunt. She'll make down payment on a fine town hall that two could use, but this one can't. If it wasn't me doing the work, it might be one of far hotter head, and the whole country might be burning, and the air hang thick with lead. But come, look at our reflections, with a perfect complementary pair. But I'll be back up that road tomorrow, and Anne, I would surely never take you there. But it's not of that we should talk, for the show at the Empire tonight walks just the right side of vulgar, they say, and I was hoping that you might giggle with me in the gallery, such sweet flirtations as the curtains draw, and the music soothes the savage beast, and my darkness is briefly gone. Thank you very much. Rendered in pencil, blocked out in bacteria. My eyes beg soon to explode. I saw my hard-won compatriots talk in terms with Octavius. Weakened signals on diaspora road. The wall was tall, but instinct said crawl. Pretense as a way to survive. But I told a life I shaking all over all night. While walking my hounds, I came on a strange assembly. My ears now beg to implore. It was the agents of our compromise, pledging allegiance to Octavius, molding crumbs on those diaspora roads. When walls fall, foundation is all, protecting our means to thrive. Why always say I was too well? We moved north from Manchester, when really I was closer to fire. Don't breathe the dust that blows from off the old machinery. Your throat coats the ambient hordes who abandoned their post and now must go down with Octavius, failing signs on diaspora roads. But when the wrecking ball and westerly squall combine to feed the crows, well, out in the county the wolves pay attention. Summer is passing slow.
Thank you.
Get in your face and corrupt your sight. That didn't fly like you thought they might. Not be blamed for the current sight. It's yours to shape and yet it's cause for fright. So break rank, boy, make yourself the offering. suffering. Don't come the way that they did before. Show patterns that must not be ignored. Make every visit feel like such a chore. Of our lips be offered up once more. Show fear the door. Sit break rank, boy. Make yourself the offering and give thanks, boy. You'll not be wrong for suffering. You've left tracks, boy. You think you know who's following, when in fact, boy, they're spinning and a hollering. It seems too obvious to point them out. The funny nonsense makes me want to spout. Get in your face and corrupt your sight. Maybe they'll fly like we thought they might. Cannot lay claim to the current sight. So it's ours to shape once we abandon fright. So break rank, boy. Make yourself the offering and give thanks, boy. You'll not be wrong for suffering. Just break rank, boy. Make yourself the offering and give thanks, boy. You'll not be wrong for suffering.
Fucking weird way to spend a Friday night, huh? It's for Andrew, I guess.
Such a slippery lad with little eyes darting right, and he's flicking his way through the paper tonight. But while it doesn't seem fair that his torment is real, when the only crime in his mind is his wanting to feel. So Ronnie Ronnie's on the wrong side. So Ronnie Ronnie's on the wrong side. Well, he leapt from the pound, got those nice shoes in the fire, dug deep to parade, and got made a pariah. Now while I bristle and talk of any restricted thought, I still shudder and heave at the night I'm wondering why I still need him around. I've tried prying it apart, seeking the cure and the sparks, but that just makes him closer, defined even more. So Ronnie's on the wrong side. So Ronnie's on the wrong side. So Ronnie's on the wrong side. So Ronnie's on the wrong side.
One more? Do one more? One more? One more?
Yes,
This is for Hopkins. 6th floor, geriatric psychiatry.
Oh my word, she was flipping that bird when she came in on that bomb. Indiscreetly, I bought it all completely, even though I knew it all seemed wrong. I dreamed I might date her, maybe sometime later, if the blackout makes the night run long. Little birds all around her, not one of them had found her. Some people aren't that strong. There's no appropriate word for the world's absurd I presented on that ball. I cried, whip me, beat me, lay me out completely, let me know what I'm doing wrong. Yet I still thought that I might date her, maybe sometime later, kind of like I make a night that long. And now that bird rides beside her, but I don't think you'll find her. He's not that strong. There'll be fear in the world should they receive word she's intending to drop that bomb. She'll calmly, sweetly lay it out completely, showing who it was that did her wrong. And I suppose I'll never date her unless in lifetime later can a blackout make a night that long. 'Cause now that bird's not around her, I think it's true he never found her. Some people aren't that strong.
Thanks a lot. Awesome evening. Eze Jackson next. Peace, Baltimore. Loved you since the moment I saw you.
Good evening, friends. I'm Eze Jackson. I'm back to do a musical set. There are way too many empty chairs here. So, if anybody wants to, feel free to pack them up and get them the fuck out the way. I will play a slow song as we do that. But I'd like for y'all to like come closer. You can, I mean, if you want to keep the chairs there, that's fine, but either way, come closer. I'm gonna do this song called Be Great, and then I'm just gonna roll through this set, and we're gonna have fun.
I just want you to be great. I just want you to be great. I just want you to be great. Even if it means you gotta leave me. And you don't wanna be, baby, look, baby, I'm straight. I just want you to be great. I just want you to be great. I just want you to be great. And only if it's seen, you never seen me. No, I'm working, I'm great, I'm trying to get straight. I just want you to be great. As the sunlight rises to meet us, another day rises to greet us. People, places, and things that tried to delete us, couldn't beat us, couldn't be us, now they see us. I am not the twinkle on a brand new brightling. I am the light shining when the night gets frightening. The truth, the shock value, get your life on right swing, and I ain't no saint. I left Jesus at the pulpit, found God and self, decided not to forfeit. From life done right, done wrong, apologize. Done things that made it so hard to smile inside. I know you're going through it, trust me, I know. We all coming from a memory, it's helping you grow. Just get your back up, head high, shoulder square. Get them squares out your circle, love it till it overbears hate. Only you can get yourself into a better place. I want you to be great. I just want you to be great. I just want you to be great. Even if it means you gotta leave me. And you don't wanna be, babe, look, baby, I'm straight. I just want you to be great. I just want you to be great. I just want you to be great. And homie, if it's seen, you never see me. No, I'm working, I'm great, I'm trying to get straight. I just want you to be great. And I can see in your eyes you wanna quit. But remember the winters you made it through just to have the summer lit. You take the bitter with the sweet and you make a meal. The energy you need to continue and seal the deal. Synergy revealed is bigger than what you feel when the pressure gets real. No, that pressure can't kill. The passion, desire, the drive, the will of focus running through the fire and survive. It's a dog-eat-dog world. Go ahead and levitate. Drama ain't necessary. Just go ahead and meditate. Get your back up. Head high, shoulder square. Get them squares out your circle. Love it till it overbears hate. Only you can get yourself into a better place. I want you to be great. I just want you to be great. I just want you to be great. Even if it means you gotta leave me. And you don't wanna be, babe, look, baby, I'm straight. I just want you to be great. I just want you to be great. I just want you to be great. And homie, if it's seen, you never see me. No, I'm working, I'm great, I'm trying to get straight. I just want you to be great. I just want you to be great. I just want you to be great. Y'all good? Y'all having a good time? Even if it means you gotta leave me. Shout out to Andy and Current Space for doing this. I appreciate all y'all. Make some noise for all the writers that read tonight.
Let's go. I just want you to be great. I just want you to be great. I just want you to be great. We're having a good time. If you got goals, make some noise. If you got goals, and ain't nobody gonna stop you from your goals, make some noise. Let's go.
My grandma said it's best to keep your mouth closed, then open it and remove all doubt. There are some seasons coming where your silence.
Yeah, look. Don't be calling, telling what they talking about. If you talking money, what you talking about? I don't be with souls who don't see their goals. I can't feed a soul if I'm in the hole. I don't give a damn what your daddy did. I'm gonna send a clan where your mammy live. I'm coming straight for you, hateful eight and the ranger two. Got fam that'll do for me what politicians pay to do. But I'm not a hateful dude. I be on my chili wheels. Say you kill a pussy, but you can't cause you killing pills. Easy in the killing field. Fire in the hole. Sparking my desire in the bowl. Excellence and negligence. Game bangers, the precedence. And specialness is evidence. Slain slayers and reverence. Kept it at a measurement. Same slayers have never been. The rest of with the rest of the Dame Jane should never win. Don't be calling, telling what they talking about. If you talking money, what you talking about? I don't be with souls who don't see their goals. I can't feed a soul if I'm in the hole. Don't be calling, telling what they talking about. If you talking money, what you talking about? I don't be with souls who don't see their goals. I can't feed a soul if I'm in the hole. Yeah, backstabbing, immaculate, backpacking, and trapping, the jack snapping from Cackalack to the Vatican. Black lives matter when black affluent chatter get active. Put the stacks with a rack stack and it's mattering. I don't do ad flattering, pass it the flat blabbering. Your networking event was a scattered tragedy gathering. Bitch, I do a lot, I be in the spots. You be with the cops, you be with the ops. You ran from your block when they hit your spot. My black hair you chopped if you hit my spot. We ain't not the same, we was never close. I've been in my lane where you never coast. Rap veteran, smoking on better medicine. New metal in the devil, then fucking a lady reverend. The level of benevolence had you thinking I'm heaven sent. Never been to heaven, my DNA is irreverent. Don't be calling, telling what they talking about. If you talking money, what you talking about? I don't be with souls who don't see their goals. I can't feed a soul if I'm in the hole. Don't be calling, telling what they talking about. If you talking money, what you talking about? I don't be with souls who don't see their goals. I can't feed a soul if I'm in the hole. If you love hip-hop, put a peace sign in the air one time. Yeah, 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 yeah. This is called GTA, produced by my man Butch Dawson. Let's go. Look, when my pen hits pad, it's a gifted task. I'm pleased to be known as one who spits this red. I instigate battles, be like, get his ass. When you pop up, I'ma click on skip this ad. The man in the mirror, he looking like a victor, not a victim. I hit him with superhero elixir. How could you be so real to tell lies in public? Fake freestyling and wilding as if you dumb clips. I'm rhyming who you come with, don't follow, do dumb shit. Pearl Harbor, feel a sneak attack and watch you jump ship. Nicer than the nicest, flow is over prices, drunk is over how I'm rolling, I'm prone to take over ciphers. It's easy to be seedy, greedy rappers are needy. Begging celebrities when you see him and hear your CD. I'm not a starving artist, ain't swimming in Lucini, but my crib is hard with floor central AC and heating. Let's go. Peace signs in the air one time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Love to all the writers, all the artists in the world. All the people bringing our experiences to life. This is what we do. Make some noise for Current Space one time. Yeah, Ezekiel, Latino chicks call me Ezekiel. You filled with stories that somebody still have yet to tell. You telling stories you should probably write for Penguin. Harry tale motherfuckers around here lingering. I don't really get the meaning or the reason in conceiving and pretending to be demons. What is it that I'm missing in all of this ass kissing? And why am I bombarded by all of these bitches switching? Yeah, bitches, that's what you call it, right? Some nerve of you to interrupt me as I hold the mic. A word or two to get you piggy shot like Harlem Nights. Observe a dude who be drama hardly at all at night. Who never scared, never bitching.
carry his cross. Never snitching, little round smoking blunts up in your mama's kitchen. With something done back with what I'm fishing was just a vision. Yeah. One time for your mind like that, Peace signs in the sky like that, yeah. One time for your mind like that, yeah. Peace signs in the sky like that, yeah. One time for your mind like that, yeah. Peace signs in the sky like that. Let's go. This next joint is one of my favorite ones. It's called You Need Some, right? Because I wrote this because, like, all right, you know how you run into people who just always miserable? And you don't really know how to deal with them, you know what I mean? It's like neighbor, coworker. You know, shout out to my man Al on the sound. He's a sweet guy. Very dope dude. But sometimes the sound man is just I don't know what's wrong with you, bro. I didn't do nothing. I just came here. And so, you know, you got a neighbor, you just walking out and they just like, hey, excuse me, you know what I'm saying? And I realized, I was like, you know what? Some people just need something. They need some love in their life. They need some good in their life. And they need to breathe. There's those of us that like to breathe, right? My yoga people and all that, right? Like you realize like people be walking around, their shoulders be all tense and tight. They don't breathe. So you need some, is when we're interacting with them people and we just don't engage, you know what I mean? You just be like, you know what? I hope you have a good day. You need some love in your life, you need some good in your life. And bitch, you need to breathe with your miserable ass. Let's go. Yeah. Look, I said, when you've been through some things, even your smile changed. Maturity, it hits you and your style changed. Thinking what you used to chase was the goal, lo and behold, you've been sitting on the pot of your own. Damn, I can't imagine living in your angry place. You probably celebrate your birthday with some angry cake. I know you hurting, I don't mean to be insensitive, but the time we got on this earth is kinda tentative. Wasting all of that energy on your enemy. You could be in Italy sipping and making memories. Ooh, who say that you can't when I know you can? But you don't really want it though, I overstand. I overstand. Yeah. You need to breathe. Yeah, and you need some love in your life. Come on, good in your life. You need to breathe. Yeah, and I wish you love in your life, good in your life. You need to breathe. Look, she make me do a dance when she coming over. I think about the fall like the summer's over. Unusual creature from elsewhere. Yeah, beautiful features in the healthcare game. 1 point, please pardon me if I lose myself. First time I ain't never had to prove myself. She take the pressure off. She prefer no drama at all. Imagine that. I ain't sweating if her mama should call. Her brother used to coach a cop and a good dude. Now I be selling dinners. Listen, that's good food. We might have fell in love years ago, but I never called. I thought I was underqualified to get involved, but y'all, now I got sunshine yipping on a cloudy day. Feeling different, haters tripping with the frowny face. Get you some loving and stop letting the ills get you down. When the breeze outside, we let the fields blow around with the love in your life, good in your life. You need to breathe. And I wish you love in your life, good in your life. I hope you breathe. And you need some love in your life, good in your life. You need to breathe. And I wish you love in your life. Come on, good in your life. I hope you breathe. And you need some.
Thanks, y'all. Can we have some fun? All right. I see y'all like clapping. This is called Rapping Over Dan Deacon. I just saw Dan last night, which is funny too. But this is one of my favorites.
You're just sitting there
When we get ready to clap, I want y'all to clap with me.
like an asshole.
Some of y'all know how to do this. All right, I'm gonna try that again. Hold on, I missed it. I was talking too much. Give me a second. We're gonna run this back. All right, here we go. The clap is
Why don't you do something different and get out of your rut? You're just sitting there like an asshole.
yeah.
Come on.
We don't want your sympathy. We're despising all the free lunch. I can't love what you pretend to be when your entity is worth much. Now I ain't trying to be scared, trying to be grinding and trying to be weird. Shining, they shining you, I shine the glare. They glisten, you crystal the mountain, fresh air, baby. Is it really what you think it is? You think maybe you should think again? Let's go. Rest in peace, Nelson Mandela. Yeah, forgive the youngest for they bandanas. Shots fired to stop dying hate. Swear Uncle One was to take you from humble and spewing hate. Is your good sense with you? With your hood fit for you? Is the biz all you could do with your friends? Let's go, y'all. Kid playing with that nasty boy in my cup. Got no time to try being lava fools. Got the slightest clue of what's up. Originality seem to be rare. Creative covers is looking so bare. Biting your idols, to honor your idols. I feel your foundation is faster to fail. Got my feet falling all the time. You do you for you, and that's fine. Whoever you claim to be at that time, I ain't really got time to waste on that bullshit. And the arrow in the skin to unplug the MacBook. Yeah, and that light flash and that fast hook. Yeah, and then things just ain't the same. You done been programmed into a game. You listen today, your shame is thinking you the same, but thinking you can do the same thing. It's your good sense with you, with your hood fit for you is a pin. Current space, let's go. Is it really what you think it is? You think maybe we should think again? Rest in peace, Nelson Mandela. Forgive the youngest for their bandanas, bandanas, bandanas. Got them bandanas, got them. Ha, 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 yeah. 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 Yeah, man. This is why I wanted y'all to get closer, but that's okay. You're all I need, at least I think so. I don't wanna fight the desire. All I wanna see, I just might blink slow. Ain't trying to fight the desire. Let's go. Let's go. Spotted girl, international body girl. Getting racks in your body girl. Heard you black with some Saudi swirl. Intellectual, yes indeed. Not impressed by your freshest jeans. TV out on the deafest scenes with a team of bad girls on less than 3 like ass down, heads up. Bet the bar today like you're rough. Swear to God that one night just touched on the metal. And so when you said what's up, I got drink, green, place, clean, waist, lean, face, clean. I ain't awake. Roll the tape to the escape, say, you're all I need, at least I think so. Don't wanna fight the desire. All I wanna see, I just might blink slow. Don't wanna fight the desire. You're all I need, at least
least I think so. Don't wanna fight the desire. All I wanna see is just my blink slow. Ain't trying to fight the desire. Epic time, shorty dance with that sexy grind. Homie glance like he next in line, cause he all going in my neck, no shine, but he cartoon and I'm harpoon. I'ma get a wedding in the monsoon. I'ma have a call on the lawsuit with some hard tears in my dark room, like don't stop, get it, get it. I ain't pressing unless she beat it. Baddest thing in my messed up city. Broke this out, but I'm paying business. Drink, brain, play, sling. Face me, I ain't the way, this is a great dream. Roll the tape to the escape scene, You're all I need, at least I think so. Don't wanna fight the desire. All I wanna see, I just might blink slow. Ain't tryna fight the desire. You're all I need, at least I think so. Don't wanna fight the desire. All I wanna see, I just might blink slow. Ain't tryna fight the desire. Let's go. Yeah. 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 You feel me? You can't fight it. When you like it, you gotta bite it. Invite it. Go get it. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go. Friday night is in full effect. I don't know if you already know, but it's Virgo season. And I am a Virgo. I'm sorry if you don't like Virgos, but we don't give a fuck. I hope you know that. We don't. What'd you say? Yeah, we're gonna tell you. It's okay. We still love you, regardless. I'm gonna close out with this. We're gonna have a good time, right? Just a little bit. We're just gonna give y'all just a little bit for the Virgo season, for Current Space. Make some noise one time for Andy and everybody here. Thanks for having me, y'all. I've had such a great time. Here we go. Let's go. Yeah. 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 Let's go. Just a little bit. Yeah, just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, yeah. Let's go. A little bit of right. A little bit of wrong. A little bit of freestyle. A little bit of song. Yeah. Welcome to my city where the shit don't stop. I mean, the rich don't stop. Let's an Uber take a tour and they chick try and cop where they cruise tailgating in the M&T lot. Look, I've been at this for a minute. I've been at this for a while. I seen them coming and go and do both with no alternate styles. I switch it up like I'm acting funny. Get twice the notoriety with half the money. Fuck you, mean killer, you was half a dummy. I grab some vice grips, she ain't snatching from me. Come on. Just a little bit. Yeah, just a little bit. We got my man Papich coming up next, y'all. We get to party a little bit after this, but this for the summer. I like doing this for the summer. You feel me? If you feel me, make some noise. Yeah, a little bit of right. Yeah, a little bit of wrong. A little bit of freestyle, a little bit of song. Yeah, welcome to my summers, they be off the chain. If you rollin' with me, baby, you cannot complain. Cookouts, the block parties, they be glad I came. I'm just happy to be invited, breathe the air the same. Sundresses and some cold shots, running into my people from old blocks, reminiscing on back at the fire hydrant. Street lights went out, we denied the silence. It was a little bit of love, a little bit of peace though. A little bit of coming up off that bullshit and just go ahead and speak though. Next thing you laughing like old times, then you be dabbing like old times. You attract the beats with the honey family and attract the creeps with the slime. Ew. Yeah. You feel me? You right about that, man. You attract the beats with the honey family and attract the creeps with the slime. Come on. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, yeah. Who know this joint? Say it with me. Yeah. A little bit of right. A little bit of wrong. A little bit of freestyle. A little bit of song. Yeah. Welcome to my city where the shit don't stop. Yeah, I mean the rich don't stop. Let the Uber take a tour and then chick try to cop. But you still getting in the M&T lot. Yeah. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Current Space, thank y'all for rocking with me. We got my man Papich up next. Shout out to Laure. Shout out to Andy, Julianne, Michael, everybody here. Let's keep going, y'all. I'm gonna let this beat play while we're switching up. Thanks, y'all.
It's either that or Stonehenge. Like, there's two. One of these
Thank you.